Hello, hello. Hello, hello. So today we will indeed continue the batch quest. Indeed, hatching some eggs, as we have been doing for a little while. Indeed, haven't done that in for a little while. And as I did for last time, I have one whole batch already caught up, so we can hatch them and then we can go ahead and wait. Get some more. Because I just don't want to get way too many eggs at first. But yeah, we have the usual little bit over 2 boxes. We do be indeed. Which usually around like 40-ish minutes to hatch them all, so it do be like that. Oh damn, indeed. So starting the hatch process. I thought that, you know what, let's stay in, the grass. City, town, city, whatever the thing. Skill swap, thanks. Definitely gonna be using it. Most definitely, indeed. This is interesting because it's not always like the easiest way to get out of there. It's not really necessary to do anything. to help it, you know. Yep, let's start with the first match then. We do indeed. Yeah, thankfully the hatching process itself, it doesn't take too long, so that do be very nice indeed. But yeah, I think we should be fine today. And I don't need to, like, you know, get rid of any of the shinies for today. I would like to say that much. Or any of the shinies, yeah. Any of the Sprigatitios that we have hatched. I would like to say that today should be still safe, but maybe for next time. Depending on how much we get done today. We may or may not need to empty up some boxes indeed. Oh god. It's gonna be bringing up all the time, isn't it? And I guess... get that. Actually more than I thought, honestly. I mean, I know that there is like evolutions and whatever, but still, like, that's more than I thought that I would be having there. Yeah, unfortunately that's gonna be, otherwise gonna be... indeed be there all time today. If I won't be claiming it. Which is fine. I don't mind it. Like, it's a nice reminder, but at the same time I don't really understand why it needs to be there. I guess to remind you there is like rewards for completing your Pokédex, but they're fine. Not the most interested in them though. There's quite a good amount of like weird things that they did indeed add when the DLC was released. To like the game itself, even though you don't have the DLC. They did add like quite a good amount of them. I am. Yeah, because I don't necessarily mind that they does tell you when you have rewards in your Pokédex. At the same time, I just don't really see, like, it's one of those things like, it's okay to have, but why did they only now add it, you know? And also, the one weird thing is that, as I said, I kind of understand why they did do the thing with the camera that they did. It's not really necessary in my opinion. The thing that they did do indeed. It's like, it's fine, like... In my opinion, it could have been like that there is a specific button to like take the photo. And like, and then the photo would be getting rid of all the... you know, the stuff that is on the camera app that you are seeing. But then there could have been like a separate button to like get rid of them as well. As I said, not really a thing that bothers me too much. Just a strange choice. Yeah. I feel like in the clouds that we're having in this night in the game. They do be looking quite nice. Yeah, today we'll be hitting both odds. I would like to say for like both of the Masuda odds. Even though indeed I do be doing full odds myself, but we're gonna be hitting those indeed. I would like to say that, of course, if we don't get anything today, that next time, if we're not gonna be hitting 1,000, we're gonna be quite close to hitting it. We're gonna be quite close to hitting it indeed. Yeah, hopefully everyone is having a good day today. I'm having an okay-ish day myself. Thankfully this night I did sleep quite well. I actually did decide to wake up earlier than, you know, how my alarm set up to, because I was just like, you know what, it's like only half an hour, and you know, for me sometimes if I go to sleep and I'm feeling awake, if I go ahead and sleep for a little while, I'm gonna be feeling so tired when I wake up again. So, you know, I much rather wake up and be, you know, feeling well rested than sleep for a little while longer and then feel sleepy when I wake up. But yeah, nothing too bad though. We're gonna be, yeah, I would like to say around 470 eggs once the first batch is done for today, which is really nice. Because it's, of course, I have like 2 boxes and a little bit extra. Started today with 401 eggs. Stuff like that indeed. Just, it would be still nice to know. Sometimes with the eggs, like they seem to be closer than some other times, you know. It would be nice to know if it's because the camera is weird or is it because it's actually bigger. Because I know that there is the chance that you can get like different sizes in eggs. I don't really know how that works though. Because like normally you, if you would like to get a big Pokemon, you would of course like use like Humango power or Chansey power if you want the small dudes. But like I don't really know how this would be working. Because I have heard that some say that if you're using sandwiches on eggs, they work like while you're hatching them, but I don't know. It just sounds strange to me, so I'm not completely sure about it, you know. I mean, it could be true. It's just like, eh. And I mean, I'm personally not gonna be wasting my ingredients on the hatching process itself. I can't be bothered with it. As I said last time, it takes around a minute or something like that to actually get into the hatching process. So I don't really see a need for that. And honestly, I think if I would be using like the egg power for the hatching as well, I would like to say that some of the sandwich would be going to waste. Because of course when I'm done like when I'm done with the like hatches, it's gonna take a little while until I can start getting more eggs, you know? Need to get the Sprigatito to the party, and then I need to also like set up the picnic, which the setup in the picnic, it doesn't take too much time, but yeah, and the Sprigatito to your party, it's gonna take not too much time, but still a decent amount, you know. There we go. It's gonna be like one more row on this box, right? No, last one. I had this box and then a little bit there. Yeah, for whatever reason I didn't really get too many eggs during this. And this one today, I don't really know why I didn't. Because I really didn't do anything differently, you know. I really didn't do anything differently at all compared to like pretty much every single time that I've been hatching eggs during this hunt. So I don't really know why it's like so low, because usually it's around 2.5 boxes. But for this one it's only like 2 boxes plus like 6. Which isn't half. I was pretty much on time. I think there was like 2 times that there were like 10 eggs there. And they were towards the end anyways. Like the very last one was like that. And there was a whole lot of them there. Which is interesting indeed, but that unfortunately is how eggs do be working though. Sometimes you get a bunch of them and sometimes just don't get any of them at all. Eyes. I guess it's like because the sun is starting to rise and whatever, so that those eyes did look quite dark there. Because they usually glow, but they didn't really glow. I mean, I will say though, since there was indeed, since I have done this last, there has been some improvements to the you know, random dudes that are running about. It is like I can see the difference, you know. I can see the difference indeed. So that's nice that of course you can see the difference. Yeah, overall, it's fine. Just barely watching the egg to be hatching. Honestly, I don't really like it, especially in Scarlet and Violet, where you can see like the egg hatching in the overworld. I don't know why, but I would have seen it to be more fitting if you would actually be holding the egg, even though it doesn't really make too much sense. It's just like kind of weird how it just knows to appear on the ground though. I mean, is it strange that any Pokemon can be in the eggs? Yes. Indeed it is. Very strange. But I mean, it's Pokemon. I guess you would never really think about it in any other games. You just go into like a hatching screen, but yeah. Where does it... How does it know to appear on the ground? And also, why are all the eggs the same size? Like, I don't mean that, that like in the species they should be like different sizes, but for some reason I'm just thinking that some Pokemons should be having a bigger egg. Especially like you can see it in the overworld to be hatching. Because if it's just a screen, you could just argue that it could be bigger, you just can't see it, you know? But just imagine like hatching a Dondozo on an egg that is like a very small compared to it. How would that logically make any kind of sense? Like, what do you mean by that? Why and how is it like that indeed? And then again, these things are probably not supposed to be things that you really should be focusing on. But I mean... Yeah? Like, I'm not saying that, like, make the egg to be actually the size of the Pokemon, but at least have, like, you know, a few different sizes of eggs. I don't think that we need any more smaller ones, but I just think that we could be getting, like, few, like, larger size ones instead, you know? I think that would be quite nice indeed. But I mean, honestly, it doesn't really make up any difference, so it doesn't really matter at all. Yeah, it's funny to think about. Oh, I accidentally switched to Pokemon there. Or bag, because Pokemon is in the selection anymore because you can see your party at any point. Yeah. I kind of like the idea that you can always be viewing your party if you're indeed going into like the menu. I would be kind of hoping that it would be continuing to be a thing, you know. And I don't really see why it wouldn't be. Still probably like one of my least favorite things, like menu-wise in Pokemon, is in Legends Arceus, because it's just so different compared to everything else. Like, I didn't mind when I was like playing the game, like in quotes, all the time. I didn't mind it then too much. But it's just like going back to that game and using the menu, it isn't the nicest. Like, surely is there a menu-wise always gonna be differences? Yes, but I don't know. I can easily myself at least switch between like, that's a small cat. Okay. Anyways. Yeah, I can easily myself switch between like Scarlet and Violet and Sword and Shield, for example. Same goes for BDSP as well, because the menu, even though it's different in like in all of them, but I will say at least it do be indeed be the same button to access the menus. Which is honestly strange, as I said. Why did they decide to... I know that Arceus has like a bunch of different buttons, and like almost every button has something unique to like attach to them, which is understandable. It's just weird because they have always like used the same button to access the menu ever since like the button was like in the console itself, you know? But yeah, it's not too bad. It's just like sometimes indeed weird to go back to it, even though I don't struggle with it as much as I'm thinking that I'm struggling with it. It's honestly understandable if you're struggling with it. A little bit update on the Yanma thing on the Soul Silver that I was talking about a little bit yesterday. Since for whatever reason I want the Tinted lens from each. I don't know why, but I want it. It do be going well. Last night I did do, you know, things there. Was quite happy that I did manage to get like 3 relatively quickly from each other. The first one did take a while, but then the second one did it did appear nice and quickly, and then the third one was like almost immediately after the second one, like doing relatively to scale that it's a 1% Pokemon. I don't know what it is for me for a 1% Pokemon, even though like it would be like a Pokemon that would be widely everywhere, but I always like to at least sometimes be looking for the 1% Pokemon. I don't know where does it really come from though. It could be because it's cool to like, you know, see rare things to be appearing. Also, the way that you could technically increase your Yanma chance is absolutely ridiculous. Like, yeah, you can boost it out from 1% to 1.16%. Yeah, that makes the difference. That's why I would've like wish that the rare Pokemon that is from the route would be like on the higher level end, so if you're just looking for it, you could be making it easier for yourself, you know? But I mean, I get it that the rare Pokemon is also on the low end of the list, you know? It's a little unfortunate indeed. They do be like that. If everything goes well, I should be able to hit the Masuda Shiny Charm odds on the next batch indeed. And then I would like to say 2 batches after that. We should be able to hit the non-shiny charm odds indeed. It's nice to see like when you do be hitting milestones for like doing certain things, even though you're not doing it the way that would be the better odds, you know. Unfortunately, indeed, it's gonna be taking a while before we can indeed be hitting the actual odds, but I do be hoping that we don't need to go that far, you know. He also seems small. No. I was anyways thinking of like checking these sizes after I'm like gonna be releasing them, you know, like before I release them. I'm good amount of boxes still left. Yeah, I guess that's for fancy, see if I get any big or small ones, since I have like already hatched them, you know, like why not? There. Yeah, just to see, because I don't know about the big one, but I did see like one or two that might be like on the smaller scale. As I said, it's hard to say though, because the way that the camera is working, it could be, you know, tricking you and you don't really know what is the actual size that easily all the time. I don't really understand still why Sunkern is standing on there though. On a thing where usually birds would be standing. Why do they be there? Like, I understand that Sunkern do be, you know, be a kind of a big thing in here because Sunflora is. And like, at the same time, like, why? Why is it in such a weird places sometimes? Doesn't really make the most amount of sense. Like, I would wish that there would be more like grass types around here. Like, it's nice that there's Skiddo as well. But I would like to say that there could have been. I know that there really isn't too many like flower Pokemon that would be also grass type, like specifically. But I would kind of wish that there would be more like flower Pokemon, you know, in here. One thing that I do be wondering though is that is that like, you know, there is Pokemons that do be affected by the weather. I wonder if you know, Elder Ghost line would be added. Would it be like going off the wind? Because I could kind of see like Elder Ghost to be like, you know, the evolved one to be going off with the wind. Because it seems quite like a light Pokemon. And I just don't myself see to be too much the case for the first stage though, because it just seems like it could be somehow having like roots to the ground. Even though you don't really see them, I could see it to be the case. Also, I definitely would like to see them in these games because I think they could be looking very nice. As I said, I do be really hoping that at some point we would be able to get a nice, like, flower field with flower Pokemon. And another thing that I would kind of wish to see is from, you know, since you can see like in the trailers and I guess before you like boot up the boot up the game, like when you first start the game. It's like toros running on the field, like in packs. I kind of would like to see that more. Like, I know there's a chance that there might be like 3 or something like that walking. Like, even though it would be a rare thing to see, I would kind of wish we could indeed be able to see like dudes like that to be, you know, be doing their things. Cause that would be nice. Very much appreciated. Seems like we can't unfortunately quite get you 470, but close. From this batch, that is. Yeah. It didn't. Because sometimes it's hard to see has actually the rain stopped or not. It do be. Because sometimes when you're like zooming through the lands, it doesn't really give you, you know, the feeling like it might be feeling like it has ended, but when you like either go for a little bit longer or slow down, you see that the rain is still going on. Which is fine, it's just a little strange. I would wish that the next patch would be giving us a good amount of Pokemon. I don't know why today I have been noticing a lot of size differences. As I said, I'm not completely sure which case it is, and this is probably gonna be looking quite big because I'm quite close to the egg. I mean, as I said, I will be checking out, do I have any ones that would be smallest or largest? Where I go ahead and release them all. It would be kind of cool to know, like, actually, like what are the ones that are, like, actually the biggest. Like, we do be able to, like, see in Pokemon Go, for example. Like, you can see, like, it does mark down, like, which one of them is the biggest. Yeah, I would kind of like to see that to be the case sometime, you know. Because that would be quite nice, like surely you could be having, like, Pokemons that are largest of the species, but it would also indeed be very nice. You would be able to see, like, which one of the biggest one is the bigger one. Because I know that in some Pokemon species it's easier to see, like, which are big and which are smaller, you know. It do be the case indeed. Oh, there I can barely see you. That you indeed be unfortunately last of the batch. Quickly fill out the space in here. Like that. Get this party ready indeed. Switch back to that box. Don't want to be making that mistake again. Yeah, and apparently like the outbreaks, they have been fixed. Which is nice, I guess. Like, I don't mind that they are fixed, but there is some unfortunate things that have indeed come from it, in my opinion. On this item. Yep. There is a gimme gold coin somewhere, right? But here, just give me gold coin somewhere there. Oh, you can. I don't know if it has. Oh, I didn't save before. I'll be fine. I wonder if the calling the Miraidon / Coridon has it been fixed? Because like you, or like improve the timing when you can, you know, call it back in. Because I don't remember that being that fast that you can call it back in. But it's still somehow appearing in here. Even though it's not even out. Very mean indeed. How dare it be there? And then we wait half an hour. And I guess this... I mean, the ball might be getting into the lake. But I'll give you a chance. I like that there was one Sprigatito that did toss the ball to another Sprigatito, and the Sprigatito moved quite a bit to the side. I mean, understandable, but jeez. The power on these dudes sometimes. I would kind of wish that the picnics would be fixed, that like the Pokemons can't be going to places where they can't come back. And or the ball couldn't be getting into places that it can be put back. At the same time, I'm kind of doubting that that would be changed. I don't know how did you manage to do that, but that's pretty skillful. But yeah. I was thinking one thing that like could be nice as an addition to the, you know, the picnic thing. And it would be that we would be able to have like some sort of a umbrella or whatever my thing to like have some sort of shelter from like the more extreme weathers, you know. Because I mean that would make sense, right? We'll be able to have something along those lines. I still one thing, I don't know, I didn't test it out. I was thinking of testing it out, but I'm pretty sure that they haven't changed it because it would be a weird thing to change. Is that I would wish that we could be able to have picnics in cities. More talking about like cities like the Grass City Gym, you know, because there's like bunch of areas that, you know, you could technically be having a picnic and it wouldn't be really be doing anything bad. At least in my opinion. Because like surely do I understand that there is nothing like that in like Levincia, for example, yeah. And in some cities there is like quite a good amount of places where I could see that be working. So it was a little bit of waste. If they haven't fixed it actually. I don't know, that might have been 11, I don't know. It's not really a bug though. It would be a nice thing to, so that you would be able to have more than 10 eggs in the basket at once. Even though it doesn't really make sense that there is more than one in there at a time. And also, I don't know how they know to put it in the right basket as well, because there's another similar basket there. Yeah. I don't really know about that. Like, also, how do they know that they need to be in the basket, and how do they get into the basket? So many questions. Anyway. It's still probably one of the coolest thing in my opinion, according to eggs in these games, is that if you say no, that you don't want the egg, it says that, oh, you really don't want this, we're gonna be sending it to the school. Which is like really nice. Because like, usually when you say no, it's just like kind of disappears. Let's see. Are you at 5? Jeez. I'm pretty sure that all of these are at 5. I can get to you. You're out of the zone that I can go to. Need to get out of there so it can come back in bounds. Talk to you. Oh, I know. I haven't talked to you yet. Oh, you're only at 4. Oh no. Everyone else is at 5. I'm pretty sure that you should be able to get that. They do be doing their thing again, though. They do be indeed. Like, it's not like it's downhill somewhere far enough away. It's like uphill there. I can see that all of these dudes are also here. Guess I'll let you just stare at it. It do be still moving though. I don't know what are these made out of that they like they're pretty much never gonna be stopped moving. Always be a little bit in the move. I will say, as I said, it's nice that there is like these toys that they can play with. I would kind of wish though that there would be more toys. Like in Sword and Shield, you know? Even though there isn't like too many other ones there. But I mean, it's a decent amount still. There you go, you can have it back. Guess I can magically just make it appear. Where were your cries at? You didn't do your thing, but didn't do any cry there. Okay. Don't get it stuck again. There we go. I do still be happy about the amount that I can hatch for a stream, even though I'm not like preparing all the eggs and then hatch all at like once. I'm very happy about the amount that I can get indeed done because it's around, in average, I'm thinking that I'm doing like 3 patches. So it's 6 boxes. Jeez. Yeah. Yeah. I can at least get shoeboxes done, like, for sure every time, but it do be indeed be usually closer to 2.5. Just, as I said, a decent amount. As I said, this is, I guess, one of the best ways to go about it, honestly, because every single one can do anything. I mean, surely, like, there is the argument that you could be having details there as well. I don't really know about how well it would be helping, and I also like, since the time of day, all of them do be appearing to be having purple eyes. Nice. That's what you want to see. Another 10. Sometimes you wait 3 minutes and there is 3 eggs, and sometimes you wait 3 minutes and there is 10 eggs. Yeah, imagine if I did have a full party of Chinese brigaditos already. I had them all along. No, it's just because of the time of day. It would be because of the time of day being very mean thing indeed. Sometimes of day, the pink appearing more as a nice purple that it should be when it's shiny, you know. One thing that I would kind of wish, though, that it would be a difference, especially like I'm like in a picnic right now. Like, I don't really see why doesn't like everyone be working like looking nice, not like too pixelated, you know. Like, I mean, I get it, it's fine if, like, the dudes are indeed, like, in the wild, but if I'm having them in the picnic, why couldn't they be all, like, rendered in nicely? It's only 6, maybe 7 Pokemon that you are having in at once, usually. It's only 1 egg there now, and it has been like almost 2 minutes. Don't understand sometimes how this does work, because it doesn't always make the most amount of sense to me. How do you do working like that? If I don't get any closer to 2.5 boxes with this one, And I'm starting to question, did they change the chances of getting eggs? Because I did indeed get around that, at least beforehand, so I would like to say that that should be continuing, because I'm using the same dudes anyways. And honestly, it would be kind of cool if it would be a thing, that if you are indeed in a high friendship with everyone, the eggs would be more likely to be appearing. I know that it doesn't make the most amount of sense, but I mean, I would like it personally, if that would be the case indeed. Was like 3 minutes. My next. I don't think that it should be that drastic of difference between 2 and 3 minutes though. I just think that I did get quite unlucky there. For some reason I'm thinking that that shouldn't be the case, you know? I don't know why I think that that might not be the true thing that should be happening, but something just tells me that that shouldn't be anything, you know. Anyways. Not too many leaves are floating around in here. I guess, no, it's just because my camera angle was strange. Because I'm like this, you can't really see them at all. Understandable, but a little strange. No, like, why is that a thing? Why do that be a thing indeed? I don't know what is the physics of that ball? Like sometimes it's just like goes everywhere. Sometimes it just stops in the middle of the air. Oh, there it is. How do they work? That was again like 2 minutes, 3 minutes, and now there was 7 eggs. Yeah. I mean, I don't mind the mechanic that it do be doing. I just kind of would wish that there would be some way to make the eggs to be more consistent. As I said, sometimes you might be going quite some time before finding one, and then sometimes you will just be finding them way too many of them in a short amount of time. And another thing is that I kind of would wish indeed that they like if you just want to have an egg or like some Pokemon, like I understand it. If you for your decks would like to be having a, I don't know, a Slackoth for example, I would kind of wish be doing it easier, you know. 'Cause sometimes sometimes when you're like wanting to have like an easy Pokemon to be hatched instead, with my things, it's like pretty much impossible to get an egg if you don't have egg power, and then why waste the sandwich? Just check out all the possible eggs. Thankfully, I haven't been in a need to do that too many times in these games, indeed. And also, I'm also wondering, like, why couldn't there be, like, both systems for the eggs, though? I mean, I know that it would probably be complicated to have, like, both, like, a daycare system and, like, the picnic thing. I think the ball is a little bit stuck there. But they're gonna be cheering the dude on. What are you doing? You silly little cats. Yeah, I don't know. There's quite a good amount of things that, in my opinion, could have been like done nicer for the picnics. Indeed, I think that would be really changing anything, but still nice things. I guess it's kind of cool that you can match your seeds if you would choose to your like tablecloth nowadays. I don't know, I don't think that I have ever gotten anything but like the regular one, you know. So, yeah, I don't really know about it, but apparently that's like it do be indeed a nice change though. It do be indeed be a very nice change indeed. Hmm. Soon be thankfully done with gathering the eggs, and then we can need you 45 minutes or something like that of hatching, and then back to getting the eggs. I kind of wish though that you could be doing them both at the same time, like you could be having like Pokemons in the picnic and also be hatching. Oh, how like fun and fast it would be then. Oh god, for some reason I'm thinking the last patch will be having 10. So didn't have like anything at all. Oh boy. Why did the ball just is sometimes how does it do it what it does? Also, I kind of get why they want to be bringing it to you, but like you can't really interact with the Pokeball or the ball there. So I kind of wish that they would be like tossing it between each other and not trying to, you know, kick it to me. So I think that that would be quite nice indeed. That would be the case indeed. I don't know, I would kind of wish though that when I eventually will be getting my shiny Sprigatito, I would wish that it would be either very small or very big. As I mean, I think it would be quite nice to get another like wild marked one, because unfortunately have only one of them. Sure, like bunch of them are probably reliable partners. There is few that but there is at least one that does have the like the mark that you will be getting. They're making like sandwiches or eating meals, I guess. I don't know if it actually applies to like meals. I know that it applies to sandwiches. I'm not completely sure. Wasn't full the last one, nice. You're not gonna be having too much of a level difference anymore. Actually, here we go, indeed. Back to hatching some eggs, indeed. Gonna switch on my party first, and then I will be saving. That is very good amount. It's definitely for 2 boxes. Again, not by much. It's like by 2 extra ones, I guess. Because there's 3 there. Yeah, it's not by much, but it's still a decent amount though. Also, like, one thing that I don't really like, it's not a big thing for me, but it's still a nice thing to see, is that boxes indeed do be loading much better. It do be nice. I don't really like, that doesn't really frustrate me that much, because I don't necessarily go to my boxes that often and, you know, like scroll down there for specific Pokemons. But I mean, I will say that it's pretty nice because, like, I don't really get why it was so laggy in the first place. I mean, I guess because there's a bunch of Pokemons that can be in there, so it needs to be loading them in. Could be that it's not, like, never has been too much of an issue on this specific one, because I only have so many different Pokemons in the boxes. I only have so many different ones, indeed. Mainly have the same Pokemon in there, which definitely isn't Sprigachicho. Yeah, well, couldn't be. Yeah, soon we'll be getting into the point that students are probably still gonna be taking quite a good amount of picnics, but still, there's a chance that we might be getting into, you know, the thing being that we have a nice, very nice amount of Sprigatitos indeed. I don't know, one thing that I know that eggs are pretty easy to do, and there's like so many different ways that you could do eggs. Not really in this game, but in previous games. But I kind of would wish that we would be able to make the egg hatching process better. Like be a separate like little place where like there are eggs indeed. Maybe one day we'll be getting like a Pokemon game where it's all about like hatching eggs. Hello there. What are you doing? Oh, thank you for the follow. Oh. Imagine getting... I hatched all of them. Yeah, imagine getting a Pokemon game someday where the whole thing is about hatching eggs. Yeah, that's hard sometimes. Did you just wake up and be ready to go to school or something? Guess that's the worst. Okay, well, it's good to get some sleep sometime, though. I hate sometimes when you get like very sleepy, like at a random point during the day. But then it's like too late to actually go ahead and take a nap because it messes up with your sleep. It's sometimes interesting. Thankfully I don't get them too often, like right now, but I would like to say when it hits like winter, or it gets like anyways further into the fall, it's gonna be kicking in. Yeah, Yes, I do be like that. That be quite sleepy when it's winter time. It's honestly interesting, like how it does affect me, because I'm a person that does go to sleep like anyways quite late in the day and wakes up quite late as well. It do be interesting. Because you would be making it would be making sense if since I'm indeed sleeping anyways during like morning times, that it wouldn't be affecting me as much. And I do sleep better myself as well when it's colder. Could be because I'm so used to it being not that warm. Could definitely be that. And yeah. It's just usually when it, gets darker outside, people tend to be sleepy because not that much sunlight is available. I wonder if there's gonna be even shorter, like, days. And days which is like daytime, sun being up next winter. Because there has been like last year it was like 6 hours of sunlight or something like that. It was like the usual amount. I mean, the days are getting quite short already, so you never know. Actually checking out when sunsets today. I might be done like streaming around the time that the sun does go down, which is around 4 hours. In around 4 hours. Crazy how time to be working. Also, that moon is barely there. Okay. Nice. Yeah, I very rarely am awake when sun will be coming up. If it's not summer. Because during when it like gets out of summer, the sun starts starts to rise around like 7, 8 a.m. and do we usually sleep. And then in winters it might be indeed like 10 a.m. that the sun does rise. And it could be setting at 3 p.m. But one thing that is like surprising to me, it could be because there has been quite a good amount of cloudy days, like since like summertime did end. It has been quite dark outside in the nights. Like, darker than I remembered usually being at this time of year. I mean, every year do be different though. Yeah. I don't mind that. I don't mind that they like it's dark in the winter personally. I know a bunch of people don't like it, that's why quite a good amount of people want to go somewhere when it's winter. Be having more sunlight. But I don't personally mind it myself. I haven't never minded. It's always funny to hear that some people are complaining that there is like only 8 hours of sunlight in wherever they live in when it's like winter times, and I'm like, yeah, that's pretty usual. That's quite a lot compared to what I have. And I don't even care. It's like, I don't really mind. It could be, as I said, because I'm so used to this. It's always been like this for me. Yeah, I do also prefer winter, especially since the summers are quite hot nowadays. Like, I don't mind that it's warm, it's just like, I would like to just be able to sit on my seat and not be sweating. Yeah, I also prefer winter. But I would prefer winters where there is snow. Because I don't like when it's winter, dark outside, and no snow anywhere. Because then it's like actually very dark. So at least if there would be that little bit of snow on the ground, it would be helping a little bit. Like, surely I do live in a city, so there is lights out, but still. Also, another thing that why I like probably winter more than like summertime, or I prefer cold rather than hot and like warm weather, is because the way that I have been taught, it's easier to put on more clothes than to take clothes out, you know? Like, you could say that you can always put on more clothes if you're cold. But if you're done, you're already in a very light clothes in warm times, it doesn't really help. But I mean, I will say one thing though, that I don't want to be living like in the northern parts of Finland though. Yes, there is a time period that there is no sun. And with the opposite being that there's gonna be time that the sun is never setting. That doesn't really bother me, but I would rather have like at least sun rising and setting. Like normally. I mean, no, I don't say that the times. Like, there's like certain like times in the year that, like, especially like northern parts of Finland, they do be very pretty. Not saying that they are not, but it's just like I also don't want to be living like. I think it's at least a week, but I think it's like 2 weeks that there is going to be no sunlight. I don't though know that is like what I have been taught in school. I don't know how much that has changed over the years. But yeah. It's always crazy to think about, especially if you live in like in a relatively nearby like a big city or in a like in a decent sized city anyways that there is like places that don't really have anything going on, and I will say that I wouldn't like to live in a place where the closest shop would be over 10 kilometers away from me. Could be because I'm so used to it and it's nice to go in the middle of the night to go ahead and buy something. So there's a decent amount of prices that you can get around midnight in here. Like there's the ready meals that they do be doing in the store daily. If it's the last hour of the day, they are like in a ridiculous discount because they need to sell it before it hits midnight, because technically after that they can't be selling them. Which is understandable. But yeah. And then another thing that I don't want to be living in too big of a city though. I just want like everything to be like relatively nearby. Like I don't mind being close to a big city, even though any of the cities that do be in here, they are not really that big compared to a bunch of places, but I mean they're big in here. They do be big in here. There's like some places though in Finland that I would kind of wish that there would be more people living in there. Like some places like seem like, of course, like there's a bunch of places that seem like there should be more people living in places than there actually is. And then there is some places that are packed in with people. Mostly thanks to that there is a bunch of apartment buildings, so it's easy to, you know, toss in a bunch of people there. How soon hatched 100 eggs already today? We do be. Nice. Like, I don't know what would be the max amount if I wouldn't be doing like it in batches, that I will be doing like the two boxes at least at once. That what would be the number that I will be able to do on one stream? Because I know that when I was doing it on one point, that I was doing all the starters, I was doing like 9 boxes a stream, and it was like 4 hours. It's a little bit different with this one because I will be speeding through, but maybe I could be doing like a little bit more. As I said, there is only so many eggs that I can do on one day though. Only so many that I'm willing to do. Honestly, one thing that I would kind of wish that would be changing, another thing that I would be wishing, apart from the size thing, that would be a difference between certain eggs, would be that there would be different colorings for the eggs depending on how many steps does it take to, you know, hatch. Kind of what we have in Pokemon Go. Not because it's like too useful, but I mean, it'd also be kind of nice that if you would be indeed be able to know from the color of the egg which is gonna be there. Because I think it's too much to ask for that every single egg would be different for like every Pokemon. It's like too much to ask for, unfortunately, but like just like have, depending on like how many steps does it take to be having different colors. Not like for every every step count. Let's say like pseudo legendaries. Guess they do be taking quite a long time to be hatching. Like having those to be in that category, you know. There could be the ones that are like very fast, and like maybe one for like a medium one. As I said, it's not really too helpful, it doesn't really do anything. Nonetheless, it would be kind of cool. Also, it was quite a funny thing for him. Like, it's still like funny thing to me to think about that at one point you could tell if your egg is containing a shiny before you hatch it without doing any glitches. I kind of would wish that that would be coming back. But I doubt that it would be ever coming back though. I mean, it was a unique thing. And you could be seeing that. Is your egg shiny? Because I don't think that it would really be like, it would be too easy nowadays, because like it's not really too hard to get, you know, home to your console. It was pretty hard to get like it wasn't hard, but it did require quite a good amount of steps in order to check if the egg is shiny in the past. To need to have another game, everything like that. But I mean, as I said, pretty unique. I don't necessarily want it anymore. Like, I don't want it to be becoming a thing. Okay. because I just don't think that it would be too nice. But I will say though that when it was a thing, it was completely understandable and very helpful. So you wouldn't be needing to hatch your egg. Because, oh my god. And I mean, I guess it wouldn't really work nowadays either, because it did only work because the way that the shinies were determined back then. Yeah. I mean, as I said, it was pretty interesting that you could know, but as I said, it makes sense because the way that the shinies were determined back then. Like that though. Get it at Masuda shiny charm mods. It doesn't really surprise me though. It really doesn't. I mean, it would have been cool. It would have been possible, you know. Would have been nice indeed. I always think that the waterfall on the mountain is a glitch, but then I'm like, yeah, it's water. It isn't like there is part of the mountain missing there, it's just a waterfall. Even though it does look strange indeed, but I mean, it's still, you know, visible there. Hey, Doobie. There we go. One thing that I would kind of at some point wish for that we would be getting in a Pokemon game, since you know the size is a thing, to like actually get a Pokemon to be so small that you can barely see it. Like imagine his Brigadillo when its smallest would be like 2 times more smaller. Like I think that it's not like as impressive as it is when it's in the like when it's in like a Pokemon that is floating and it's small, or like something that is like standing, or I guess sitting. In this case, I think that would be looking like even nicer, you know. Have hatched all the eggs, so there's no reason to be running. I don't remember what ability does the Colossal have. I mean, I'm at least happy that I did get one that would be having the correct ability. Which I'm quite certain that you would be always having it for some reason. At least like most of the time when I do be seeing indeed a Talonflame, it do be having a flame body. It could be a thing that it's not always the case, but most of the time, thankfully there's quite a good amount of abilities that do be helping. I don't actually know what I would be doing if I wouldn't be having a egg hatching boosting abilities. I probably would have gotten something in that case. For not having flame body, it's gonna be taking quite some time to be having the eggs to be hatching. There's still a thing that I want to do, or I would like to experience at some point, is to get a shiny from the dens. And like, I'm talking both, like, in Sword and Shield and Scarlet and Violet. Considering that they are indeed one of the more unlikely ones and to be a thing. No, because the chances they don't really do be getting any better than the base odds. They don't really. As I said, it do be a shame that in Scarlet and Violet they don't do the sparkle animation. And you do be encountering the shiny one of the bunch. Which I do be finding very much of a shame. I do be indeed. What's about to ask, do the heroes start hatching? They do. Nice. Yeah, honestly. One Pokemon that I would like to get at some point would be that, because we don't have too many Pokemons that are like this. That would be nice if we would at some point indeed be getting a Pokemon that would be based on flowers. It would be having different forms. And of course different colors. Based on like the flower that it's trying to be, you know. We don't really have too many Pokemons that would be like that. Like, we have flower Pokemons that have a bunch of different colors. But, they're not really like grass types, and I would like to get one that would be grass type. We have Pokemons that do be changing how they look, but they're not flowers. Like, the big thing that I would like to see indeed would be to have like one flower Pokemon to be a bunch of different kinds. And like the shiny coloring would be like the color itself would be different from the regular one for that specific flower, you know? Not like the other based on the flower Pokemon that do be changing colors, but the shiny coloring doesn't change the color of the flower instead of the body. Which I don't necessarily mind, but it's just especially on the first stage. The change is so bad. When it gets bigger, it's easier to see, but it's bad. Like, why this? The poor little fellow, indeed. I'm done with these eggs on this batch. Be stretching better and maybe even getting something to eat. Also still, like, when are we gonna be getting Pokédex that you can switch? Like, which units you would like to see as the, you know, the measurements? I wonder when that is gonna be a thing, because, like, technically there is, like, I could get, indeed, you know, different sizes, like the different units of sizes, for example, but then I would need to look at in a language where there is, like, they use those units there. Why can't it just be a thing that I could be tackling on? Like, sure, like, I don't, like, myself really care about the Pokemon sizes that much. But, I mean, it would be nice. That would be the case, indeed. And it seems like we're gonna be getting into Pipes and then the next patch, which is nice, I guess. Haven't really gotten that since the first patch. Since, of course, doing the random amount that I will be getting, indeed. Switch to that box and fill that space in then. Whenever we do thing there, you know. Which means that at the, yeah, for the next patch I don't need to really be caring about switching the Pokemons around, because at least not that much. Maybe it's quite possible that the last like few might be needed to be changed. Like, it's not gonna be that bad. I need to get something out from the beginning, you know. Oh. It will be a little blurry. Not by much, but by a little bit. There we go. I don't know, I kind of would prefer if, like, things would indeed be blurred out a little bit while, like, when you indeed be getting into the hatching screen. Like, really focus on the egg. That would be quite nice indeed. Like, I know, like, kind of how to make it, it's just sometimes it's harder to do than others. There we go. Don't fill that space in indeed. I would like to say that we have nothing to worry about today with boxes, but the next time probably will be a little bit different. As I said, really depending on that, how much we'll be able to get done today. Yeah. I want to test it out. I doubt that they would have changed it, but yeah. As I said, I don't really understand the reasoning behind it, but fine, I guess. You know what? Let's go here. Or more specifically, over there. Let's go there and have a nice picnic indeed. Hello there then, just it up here. Picnic it is. It's interesting though that I don't know why, but for me it would be making sense if we wouldn't be able to make a picnic close to like the den thing there and also like the Terra Pokemons. That just makes like why Gimmighoul only doesn't want a special thing that you can't be making a picnic nearby. It's not like it's despawning the den either, like it is doing for Pokemons. And I would like to say that you could consider that to be a thing that shouldn't be happening. I guess we'll be hearing the nice little things. The crystal on this one, indeed. There we go. Go too far. Oh, that did. Nice. I don't think that I'm too close to the edge either, so that's nice. I don't think that we should be having any issues. So I could be turning that off again. Yeah, I don't know. I'm a little two minds about the change for the dudes that are indeed Pterodens. Like Pterodens, the mass outbreaks, sorry. Like I don't mind that because it was kind of a pain that you could only find the base form of the Pokemon. And I don't mind that you could find some other ones as well. Apparently nowadays. I'm not completely sure because the only ones that I have heard it to be the case is like the real versions of the two Pokemon that can indeed have fake variants, you know. I don't mind that they have an outbreak that can always be like authentic Sinistis, for example. But it is kind of strange to think about, like, why can there be like bunch of authentic Sinistis everywhere? Like, aren't they supposed to be rare? Like, I don't mind if the change is for like every Pokemon that has like different forms, like Tatsugiri, the Flabébé line, you know. Because like, sure, it's annoying that you could only get like specific forms. But I've only heard it to be the case for like the real versions of the two Chi related Pokemons. And I mean, I know that I will personally still be hunting them, you know, the old-fashioned way. Because first of all, I have started it, and second of all, because I just, as I said, I find it strange that you can find like 100 or so like authentic Sinistis in one place. Like if you're doing like the outbreak KOing and everything and stuff like that. I just find it strange, but to be understandable. They wanted to make it easier. But as I said, I think that it would logically at least make sense if every Pokemon that has different forms now would be able to be found in that different form. Because there's like a few like weird ones. For example, I'm pretty sure that, at least for my experience, that I did do like a Pyroar outbreak. It did show like the female icon, but it only spawned in male ones. Which, like, that isn't too bad, if you ask me, but it's strange though. It's not like Floyd or like Flabébé line to be having like different forms, like it has the blue flower, white flower, whatever thing. Just strange that the gender ones stated, at least from my experience getting with that, and also okay. Anyways. Yeah, it do be strange. But yeah, it would be funny if indeed it works with like Tatsugiri and stuff like that, because Now it's gonna be like there's so many videos that are gonna be outdated because, you know, they were recorded before the change, if it is indeed the change that works with like the outbreaks as well. It do be just funny. Of course, like, I don't mind it, it's just... It's like always gonna be so many things that might be changing in the future, so... It's always gonna be something like that. Indeed. Um... Um... And... Oh yeah, it could be interesting. Like I said, I don't mind it personally, the change. It's just weird. Because it's just kind of the case as it is with Sinistry, which, you know, the Poltergeist, you know, Poltergeist indeed. It's like 1 in 100 chance to get a real one if you indeed getting in the wild, but then like all of a sudden it's available in the outbreaks. Okay, that was for... Doesn't look like anything, thanks. As I said, I know that for some people that would like bring the value chain down, which is like understandable, but I mean, I'm gonna be like, I don't really care. Because for me, it's gonna be as valuable as it has been. Oh yeah, it's always fun to watch people hunt for a certain Pokemon, you know, as they do be. Especially when people like did hunt for, you know, the unauthentic Sinisty in the Crown Tundra, and then they didn't have anything to do anything to the memento thing. I don't then know that did they ever look for each that it has it, or what is the case? But I mean, I usually like to check the thing that is going on. Check the area that if I know that there is like some Pokemon that might be having a scary move, you know, I want to be having to be able to like counter it, you know. But yeah. It's just indeed the case that be knowing what you're hunting for. And like it's nice in Scarlet and Violet that you can indeed be saving, because one Pokemon that I didn't think that would be having Memento did have a Memento. And it is indeed Jumpluff. I don't know why it does learn it, because for me it doesn't really make too much sense that it will be having like it do be having the it do be having indeed the move, but surely do be. Surely do be having it indeed. And thankfully, like, there has been like things that have been changed over the years, like certain moves they're not gonna be doing anything anymore if your Pokemon is high enough in levels. And of course there's like damp whatever, that no explosion is gonna be a thing. I guess you could be like pressing A, like, no, you can't be holding it either. I was thinking that could be working with the camera, but no. I mean, you do be you doing you though. You silly cat. I kind of would like to hatch like one patch today indeed in Levincia and see how we do going there. See how slow the hatching process will be there, because usually there is indeed the problem in there that the hatching do seem to be taking a little bit longer. As you know, there's quite a bit of lag in there. But I don't know, could have like all the improvements make like a nice difference, you know? They very well could have. It would be funny to see that everyone is like waiting patiently until this one little guy would be doing the thing. And not even cheering or anything either. That's just... They are just standing there. Watching this epic moment. But yeah, I'll be back. I'll be getting something to eat. Oh, nice. Just as I come back, you did get the ball on stock. Let's go. There we go. Nicely done. Let's go. We might be having one of the most interesting things going on right now. Which is that it seems like it's raining on the other side of the house. But not on this side of the house. Which is interesting indeed. I very rarely see that to be the case. I know it's of course possible. But personally I have never really seen it. Do be interesting though. There we go. It seemed like the wall, it just on its own decided to start moving. Like very drastically in one direction. Yep, did get it on the table again. Good work on that. Thankfully they haven't really been doing the thing that they are trying to get me to the table. We might be stuck with this the rest of the— No, you did somehow manage to do it. One thing I will say that I would kind of wish from the picnic to be the case would be that we would indeed be able to have like different animations when they do PA interacting with the ball. It's like I'm pretty sure that like all of them do like the basic like attack thing that they do be doing for their species. And not all of them make the most amount of sense because some seem to be biting edge. I will say those Brigaditos one isn't too bad. You know, headbutting on the ball indeed. It doesn't sound like too too unrealistic indeed. As I said, some they too be seeming to bite it, which doesn't make the most amount of sense to me. Begs the question, what are these made out of? A Pokemon can indeed almost eat it. Like, what are they made out of then? I also wonder, like, how do they decide which one is gonna be the one next? Because sometimes it just seems like there's like two that are constantly like doing the attack for the ball. Sometimes it seems to be that like almost all of them are doing something. We soon be on again collecting the export, which is very nice. Oh. This is gonna be interesting to try and get it out of there, but I guess they can at least hit edge. It's going to be interesting indeed. I mean, why can't you do the same thing as you did before? I believe in you. You can do it. It isn't that bad to do. Thankfully, they don't seem to have gotten stuck on displays. Seem that they have getting stuck, which to be appreciated, of course. Yeah, I don't think that we would be able to hit like the non-shiny charm mods. That would be Masuda on this one though. Because like it's possible to gauge like 70-ish. And I just don't think that would be enough, but that was kind of a thing that I thought would be the case anyways, that I would be able to get like close to like it reach you anyways, but I would be able to getting close to 600 with this one. It might be going to over 600. That's not like impossible to do, but do be what it do be. wonder if they're gonna be able to get the ball in stock before I do be packing everything up again. Wonder indeed. They be successful at that. 7 in there. The next and the last batch will not be having a 10 in there. I mean, it shouldn't be having, but sometimes it's mean. Sometimes indeed. The cats seem to be doing their thing. Unfortunately, they are not doing any more the cheering as they did the last time that one of them did get stuck doing this. I guess because they're not like changing the target. Like it seems like the one that is gonna be like stuck trying to gauge the ball is like gonna be like that there all the time. Which is fine, it just looks strange. They do be indeed. See if this helps. I don't think that it will be doing anything, but I mean... Oh, we did! Nice! Hopefully we'll be able to get it hopefully we'll be getting it out from the table, I guess. Oh god, I think it's... No? I mean, it's a different position at least. Oh, nice. You did get it out. I just needed a whistle. And you're fine. Huh? Underneath, yeah, it is underneath the table, and I don't know why they are today struggling with the table. They usually are pretty good with it, honestly. They rarely do struggling with it. So I find it weird that they do be struggling with it today. There we go. The older ones. For now. I'm sure. Yeah, let's do a round in here. See, indeed. I don't think that it will be that big of a difference. I mean, it could be. It could indeed be, like, maybe the performance in here would be a little bit better. Since the update, you know. Let's save up the game. And the boxes indeed. Let's see. That's a lot less than I thought we would be having. Yeah, that's not even 2 boxes this time. That's interesting. Huh? Okay. I mean, sure, I don't know indeed what has happened indeed in here. Why is there quite a bit fewer than I remember to be able to get in one match, but sure. Yeah, let's see. And at least it does feel a lot better. Let's finally get that item from there. It does feel a lot better. There is still, like, definitely you can feel that it's definitely worse in here. But I mean, it is better. I mean, again, it's mostly just depending on where you're looking at, because certain directions, they do be more laggy than others. Like, it isn't too bad. Like, the areas where it's laggy were like very laggy compared to areas that it's not really laggy at all. They do be balancing each other out a little bit, but I don't think that I will be doing another patch in here though. It's just not the nicest thing to look at. But yeah. Indeed. I think I will be going back to the grass gym after this one. Or grass city gym. I mean, it will be more fitting location now, would it? You mean to press that button? Thanks. Yep. Yes, it's nice to get a change of scenery though. I don't really liking the music that is around here. It's nice. I don't say that it's annoying me or anything like that. It's just unfortunate that they do be cutting out, of course, every single time you're hatching eggs. Which is understandable, but it is indeed a little bit of a shame though. It do be. But yeah, I guess for test reasons, I will be having the next patch without having the toy out. I would like to say that that shouldn't be making a difference. But at the same time, you really don't know, so it could be a weird thing that it will be making all the difference. So yeah, I will be testing it out, I guess, on the next one. Let's see. Indeed. Will that be the case? Hello there. How are you doing? How's your day going today? Oh, nice. Did you have any troubles with each? Was your stress for nothing? Oh no. Yeah. I can kind of like, yeah. Cocotic especially because like, as I said, it'll be normal, so... Especially in the first few generations, ghosts can't really do anything to normal types. Because for whatever reason they didn't decide for have anything good for ghosts. They were normal types. Don't know why, but... Yeah, I can see that. I can very much see that will be helpful. Hunting is going... it's going well, but I don't know why, but today I've been getting like... not too many Pokemons on like patches. Or eggs, I guess. I don't know why, because I haven't done anything differently today. My only logical conclusion would be that for whatever reason the update did do something. Like I usually get the 2.5 boxes or at least somewhat close to each. This patch is under 2 boxes. Like I don't know why. Because I mean, it's not like it's too big of an issue, but at the same time, I would kind of wish it would be a little bit better because I want to be done with these eggs at like at some point this year. And if for whatever reason me doing the same thing and for whatever reason not getting anything that well. It's messing everything up, it's not nice. It's just I don't really know what it could be. That's why I'm trying the next patch, not throwing the ball at them. If that for whatever reason is making it worse. Which I doubt. Because it didn't make the difference between the patches before the update. I don't know. They did make quite a good amount of changes though between like for the update indeed. For example, you can find authentic Sinistry and the other G1 you can find them indeed in the mass outbreaks. Which doesn't make sense. It's also like kind of sad that if it's gonna be the authentic one, all of them are gonna be authentic. Like not even that there's like a slight chance that there is the real deal there. Like I don't mind that they did make it more common, it's just like it just doesn't make sense. Here is around like 100 of these real T-Pokemon that were rare before, but for whatever reason are available in the things. Yeah. But I mean, I don't know, from my quick Google search, it I didn't find anything that did they fix like all the outbreaks though. Like for example, because it was the case that you can only find like one type of Tatsugiri and the who is it? What is it? The Flabebe one. You can only find like the base form of those before. If they fix that, that's fine. But it's just strange if they wouldn't be fixing like all of the ones, you know. Because like there is a weird thing if the Pokemons like it did work on certain Pokemon at least. From what I tested, like there is like Combi has gender difference. Like you do be having. Like Combi, from what I have seen, you can find like female and male Combi on outbreaks. Which I guess makes sense because it's not technically that much of a difference, it's just like a gender difference. It's not like they have different movesets or anything like that. But it was just a shame that like... for me, I did have like a female Pyro icon on the map. But it was only males. It's just like, why is this the case? Is this weird like that indeed? I guess technically it's just a gender difference. I know that like some, if they have differences between genders, they have different move pools, so that's understandable, but it do be weird. So if they did like fix every like thing that was wrong with the outbreaks, then it's fine that the authentic ones are available in outbreaks, because it's kind of the same thing, it's just a different form. It's just this that if they only did do it for the cheap Pokemons, I find it weird. Because that was the problem with like people that wanted to hunt like Tatsugiri. Like you can only do like one Tatsugiri indeed, or you could do, I don't know if it has been indeed changed. That you could only find one Tatsugiri on the outbreak. And Tatsugiri, like if you want to hunt for all the forms, can be tedious. Because of, you know, the reason being that there is the dudes. It's only one dude of them that can be indeed be found in the outbreaks. And they fixed everything then, good. Even though I don't really hunt with outbreaks, like almost at all, but it's a nice one, like if you want to be getting that. Also, one interesting thing about the Gen 9 starters is that of course, like the whatever is the like the nice little text there for Sprigatito that says that it's Grass Cat Pokemon. It's Fire Krog for, you know, for Coco, makes sense. But for whatever reason, it's just a Duckling Pokemon for Quaxley. Like, yeah, makes sense. But why couldn't it be going with the same thing and be like Water Dog Pokemon? Like, sure, like the duckling, it makes sense, but it's just weird. And it's not even the reason if there would be another Pokemon with like similar thing or the same thing, because there has been so many like mouse Pokemon, for example. Like that's not even to blame that that couldn't be the case. One interesting thing about DLC though is that there is level scaling. Like, it doesn't really need to be there. But I mean, it's fine, it's just weird. Because now I would wish that it would be like in the base game as well. I mean, it kind of is. But not really. Like, I understand that like higher level areas are gonna be having higher level Pokemon. At the same time, I kind of would wish that I could be literally going anywhere and catching whatever Pokemon and it would be obeying me. Yes, that do be the problem indeed, that they might not be obeying you if you catch them into high of a level. Which is, as I said, understandable. It's a little shame though. It do be. Cats. They do be doing their things. Yeah, one thing that I would kind of wish to be the case though is that I would wish that there would be like separate place where you could be putting your eggs in. Like, they wouldn't be going into your regular old PC, you know? They would be going somewhere else instead. Is that would be nice? Be quite nice indeed. But I mean, it's fine. But as I said, maybe if we ever will be getting a Pokemon game based on eggs, which would be absolutely hilarious. We'll be able to do something. Like, even if it would be that you could only hold, like, I don't know, like 2 boxes of Word of Eggs in there, then you don't need to be clearing out space if you would be liking to have, for whatever reason, the, like, the living decks on your game file. Could be doing that. Or like you just have a bunch of Pokemons that you don't want to be transferring away. but still want to keep it in the game. It's quite unlikely that it would be 32 boxes, but I mean, possible. So one thing that has always been a weird thing to me, especially since Pokemon Go has been a thing for a while now. Why can't we hatch all 5 eggs at once? Like, they would be back-to-back hatches. It's like, it's the usual thing that you need to be taking like few steps and you'll be able to hatch another one. If it isn't Scarlet and Violet, then you actually need to be walking quite a while. Like, they already magically appear on the ground. And it would be only like working if they would be like eggs that would be having the same step environment, of course. It's one thing that from Pokemon Go that I would very much like in the main series games, that you'll be able to hatch all the eggs at once. Very nice. Even though I don't do too much eggs, but like every little thing that would be more convenient while I'm hatching eggs, they do be welcome. Yeah, it is indeed a thing in Pokemon Go. Like, if you have, like, let's say 5 2-kilometer eggs that you're incubating in Pokemon Go, and when you would be done with the 2-kilometer walk, all of them would be hatching at this, like, not at the same time, but back to back. You wouldn't need to be taking any more steps. And yeah, that is indeed a thing that I would wish. And of course it would also be working if you just have the correct amount of like kilometers gone for like different for the different distance ones as well. As long as you have gone far enough away, it will be helping. And they will be hatching at once back to back. Yeah. As I said, if they're already magically appearing on the ground, what is like restricting them not to be there all at once? Because I do be finding it weird. Or at least like be like straight away back to back, that you wouldn't need to be taking more steps. Especially in Scarlet and Violet, because usually it's like you'd really need to take one step. But in Scarlet and Violet it's quite a while that you need to move. Which is very unfortunate. This is also a strange change that I don't really understand why. But I guess it's because of, you know, the overworld thing. I don't know. It's probably some very logical explanation for it, but I just don't understand it. What happened to the icons? Okay. The icons for a momentarily did go into random color boxes. Cool. And you absolutely love to see it. This game is perfect. Boy. Yeah, I don't know why, but I will say though, like I'm not that upset about like the level scaling, as I know like bunch of people were, because they would have liked that. Since it's, you know, an open world experiment, that you would be able to challenge anything in at any order. Would be nice, but I think the more nicer thing would have been that you wouldn't been able to like the wild Pokemon would be leveled according to your levels. Because like I know that usually routes aren't working like that, but I'm like referring to how Sword and Shield like wild area worked. Because that did kind of scale. It wasn't like in every single badge, but after a certain amount of badges it would be changing. And that was like very nice. I really did like that. Yeah, it would have been nice. There would have been level scaling for the gym leaders, but I personally would have liked it for more of for the wild Pokemons. Like they don't need to be all like level 5s, but like it is like possible to get to the like the highest level area at the very beginning of the game, and then there will be like a level 60 Pokemon or something like that. Like at least be like the max level would be like 20 on the wild before you have all like the first batch, for example. Yeah, I know. It would be very nice. Yeah, it would be very nice indeed if they would be working like that, but I'm not that upset about it. It's just like it's weird that you can have access to without no badges into an area that there is level 60 Pokemon that you can surely catch, but they are not gonna be obeying you. I mean, I think that the wild Pokemon should scale to and like at least a little bit. Like I understand if an area is like locked behind like the swimming ability that you can't get there before you can swim, for example, that's like understandable. But like if I can get there just by having my right Pokemon without any like abilities or anything. It's just weird that I can indeed catch a level 60 Pokemon. Why? And I know like some areas have like very much different scales for like the things. Like there can be on the mountain there can be from level 11 into like level 40 Pokemons available in there because it's such a large area. And it's always fun to go into like the first few areas and then there is going to be like level 10 Pokemon there. That's like weird. It do be weird indeed. Like at least I'm like if there wouldn't be level scaling too much on wild Pokemons at least. Let there be like some sort of roadblocks. Like it would be kind of hilarious if there would be like your right Pokemon doesn't want to go into cold area, for example, before you have a certain amount of batches. And that would like make sense even, like it isn't like there's just random people just standing on your way. Yeah, something. I guess like some areas they don't really make too much sense, in my opinion, to be having the levels that they have. Like surely like they might be part of an area that you can like access to early on. Like it could be like South Area 1 for example. Like it could be part of that, like you can access it very early on. But then like you technically can't get there before you have like right abilities. So it's just strange to see like I needed this ability to get here, but the Pokemons are level 10. Like why? Let's go there again, I guess. But yeah, the level scaling would be quite nice indeed. If some game will be able to get if that to be a thing. Go to my boxes, I guess to double check that, but nice. I heard the Wiglet make this sound. Oh, you poor Wiglet. Could go that far down anyways. I wonder if I'm good to do the sandwiches still today, or do I need to get more materials? Which wouldn't be too bad because it's like a peanut butter and banana. Isn't too bad to make and go ahead and buy my ingredients for. I'm not gonna be throwing the ball at them because for whatever reason I can't get it out if I throw it. I don't really get the idea behind it though. Why can't you just take it away from them? Like surely it's mean, but like at the same time like why? I guess I'll just let you be doing your things. Put the Joy-Con somewhere so I don't accidentally press the button. should be one of those interesting places that for whatever reason they don't have any music going on. Understandable, but why is there no music? It's not like I'm around Area Zero where there's like no music at all. Also, one thing that I did find like interesting also, because I did notice that today at least, like almost all of the Pokemons, they do be having the friendship is at like max. Like that's also like what is making it weird that for whatever reason I can't be having like too many eggs. Yeah. I mean, it's not too hard to make them to be at level what are the like the max friendship. And the reason for that is because if you make sandwiches, the friendship increases quite quickly. Which of course makes sense, because why wouldn't they like food? Also, it's a little strange. Yeah, they like food. Even though I don't think that it would be too healthy to give a cat a sandwich that has peanut butter and bananas. I don't know why, but that's just doesn't sound like a thing that you should be doing. It's a good 7 there, nice. Yeah, let's see. Hopefully this would be making for whatever reason the eggs to be more there. I kind of doubt it, but I would very much like it if that would be the case, because I don't think that I have missed out on like too many. I would like to say for each batch, I would have missed out on maybe like 1 or 2 eggs. Maybe a little bit more, because you never know how many eggs there is going to be above the 10. I mean, I don't think that it should be that high, but then again, as I said, you don't really know. Because sometimes things can indeed be weird. There you go. One thing that I also don't understand really about the picnic thing is that it's like a bunch of buttons that you don't like use at all in here. There isn't like too many of them, but there is a decent amount that you can use during this. Because for example, if you ask me, this would be one of the most appropriate times to be switching your clothes. Because for whatever reason, it's okay to be switching your clothes wherever. I don't know. Like, it's a nice thing, of course, but it's just like. It also doesn't really make too much sense. Fall asleep there, yes you did. Did indeed. I guess I could be getting the focus center music over here. There's like honestly surprising amount of areas that for whatever reason don't have music going on. Like if there is already like in Pokemon World you can hear like music everywhere, why couldn't it be also in here? I guess like Legends Arceus is one of those games that don't really have music going on all the time. Maybe back in the day it wasn't invented that music can be heard everywhere. Like at least the music thing could be like be making more sense if your character would be shown that they would be wearing like headphones, whatever. There isn't no such thing. I think the closest thing that you could argue that we have is in Sword and Shield. Like, we do be getting them, and they are like to switch like your sound settings, which is absolutely lovely. I don't think that it should be behind an item though, but it's just me. I'm very glad that it does appear that you can change them like nowadays whenever you would like to. There's honestly quite a good amount of Pokemons that you wouldn't think that would be available in the wild in Scarlet and Violet, but they are. It's like you can find wild Dolly, which is understandable, but it's just like, in my opinion, the place that you can find wild Dolivin is very strange, to say the least. Same thing that this, like, I didn't know that it was available in the wild, and it's very nice that it is Bramblegast. Because, like, yeah, I guess that would be the most logical one of them all to be found in the wild. Of, like, the Volg evolutions, in quotes. Because surely, like, Railroad, it do be rolling the thing. But, I don't know if it would be going that far with it. Because with, like, Brambling, you could argue that it could be just because of the wind. It did get to be evolving. And makes sense. Same thing with we get Palmot as well. Like, I don't really think that they would be walking that much. They don't really feel like, you know, the walking kind to that extent. So yeah. It's sure like good amount of them that can be found in the wild in the DLC, which is always so lovely to be liking that. If you do be having the DLC wanting to complete the Pokédex, you can do it quite easily indeed. Very nice indeed. For that to be the case, you know. There's one thing that I always have been finding quite interesting in these games indeed, and it has something to do with the you know, the Union Circle. Because like sometimes you might be in the same place where, you know, the dude that you're either joining in or the dude is joining you in. It's interesting that it doesn't always be making sense. Like as I said, if you both would be close to a place, like why couldn't you both go to that space in that little area, you know? Because like if you're already both close by there. Or it would always be going, like, of course I understand it. It is usually like one of the areas that is near the beginning because like then like almost everyone would be having access to the place. Which, as I said, makes sense. Complete sense. But it's just weird sometimes that sometimes I just think that it would be making more sense if we would be able to be having that to be the case. That it would always be going where the host is like closest to that point. If the other one would already have been like unlocked that area. But that's probably why it tends to be going for the few like starting area points most of the time. Which as I said makes sense. It do be understandable indeed. One thing that would also be nice to know if there would be like specific areas in the game where Pokemons are more likely to be, having eggs in. That would be very nice to know because I don't think that the area will be mattering too much. I don't think that it actually does anything, but I mean, doing something at some point. As and also, I very much love the the sky right now. It's very unfortunate that it's like it's already going down. Yeah, it's very unfortunate that the very pretty like opportunities for pictures they don't last like at all. Oh god. That wasn't the smoothest of going to be all blue indeed. You having fun there? I thought I heard it. That you're trying to like actually like hop around but you can't. Here we go. A bunch of them are waking up right now. Okay. Nice. Guess I could. For funsies, checking out if you're all at 5 now. There was like one that was at 4. I mean, I would like to assume that they all will be at 5 now. Oh, the hearts did form there. Definitely didn't seem like they did glitch out or anything like that. Yeah, you do be indeed being 5 hearts. Back to sleep, I see. Oh, yeah, 2 of them are doing the zoomies. Oh, only 1 of them. It seemed like 2 of them were doing the zoomies though. Hello there. I said still I would wish kind of that you would be able to, like, especially if you talk to them, it would be nice if they have a nickname that you would be able to see the nickname. Yes. Mess with your dots. Our zoomies. Did you be like in their zoomies? And now doing zoomies is very tiring. It will be. It would be sometimes nice if there would be like things that you could be putting more out to the field when you would be having this indeed. Okay. Just imagine if you would be able to like put like more pillows down or something like that. I mean, like, would it be too necessary? No, but at the same time, like, be quite nice. And one thing that I would kind of wish to be the case as well would be that would be able to be having you know, we would be indeed be able to be having a little thing that do indeed called that the tablecloth could be like, yeah, like a little bit more broken. That would be quite nice. And in my mind at least would be making sense. Okay. Yeah. Oh, can you like successfully do that? You did do almost one successful zoomy. By going all the way the other side of the table and doing a whole round around each. Almost. Almost indeed. Thankfully we do soon done with this patch indeed. I do be hoping that we'll be having at least 2 boxes, because it isn't really looking too good, unfortunately, today. Said I don't really know. Like, the only thing that I could think of to be a difference would be that they do something for this in the update, which would be very unfortunate indeed. I mean, it's not like it's that bad, honestly. Like, it could definitely be worse. It could definitely be worse. Like, I don't know, though, for whatever reason, only level 3 would be working. That would be absolutely horrible, but I mean, it could be that. Could be that indeed. Oh yeah, also I don't really know what they have been doing for our internet recently, because there was last night again like a fixing thing going on. I mean, surely I don't mind that they are trying to fix whatever, but it's also a little bit annoying that it will be happening so close together, you know. Like, surely, as I said, I don't mind if it will be getting fixed, but I don't think it is, because there wasn't one too long ago. Like, what, it was under a week ago that there was the previous one. Like, I mean, there is potential that there is, like, they're like trying to add like new things in there, which might be a thing. Which wouldn't be too bad, because that would be a little better internet. Like, a little better way to get internet to the house, which wouldn't be too bad. It isn't too bad right now, but it definitely could be better, because, you know, old house. The way that the internet has been done isn't the most ideal. Yeah. Maybe, maybe. I didn't mean to wake you up. Hello there. I know you're very angry I did wake you up there. Yeah. I guess you can go ahead and go to sleep for a little while in here, then you can go to sleep in the boxes. I actually wonder, like, what do they actually do in the boxes slash inside of Pokeballs? Especially like boxes, like what would they be actually be there? Interesting to think about. Because it's not like pastures that you could physically be seeing the Pokemons to, you know, go around places. There we go. Oh, nice. You don't need to be learning the leaves of magic. Yeah, let's get back into here. We have been doing the usual hatching in here. Let's get back to here indeed, because it seems to be working a little bit better. Let's see. Take these 4 out. And at least that does seem to be better. Let's see. Yeah, that is 2 boxes. Nice. A little bit of extra even. I mean, it didn't make a huge difference as I thought. I mean, it did make a difference. Thing is that, yeah. Oh, you have the Gorman mark. I'm not too surprised, honestly. Is that you? That's quite nice. I'm not too surprised that they would be getting that mark, honestly. I've done a few sandwiches with them. You indeed. Yep, getting back to hatching then, I guess. Yeah, one thing that I would kind of like to see more in the future, indeed, would be that gym leaders would be having, you know, Pokemons outside of their, like, typing. Like, not just to, like, be transferred into the typing that they do be using, but just to be, anyways, just to be having a different typing for a Pokemon. Because it does make an interesting decision. Because then it wouldn't be like basically like only just with the typing that the dude has, you know. It would be indeed be something a little bit more special. It would indeed. But yeah, maybe. As I said, at some point I did also say that it would be nice to not get the gym leader based on typing, get a gym leader based on the, like, some other attribute, like maybe music, for example. Like, to be more like career thing, maybe. It could be like it's just a base type that it would be still having, but it'd be having more like variety. And I mean, as nice as it would be, I kind of doubt that it would be happening ever, which is indeed a shame. At least one thing that I do be hoping for, that the unique gym puzzles that are good would be staying. Looking at you, Psychic Gym. Jeez, that puzzle. Or mission, whatever my thing. That's fine. But like, why at the same time? I don't know why, but I'm in a little bit of feeling of trying to use like level 3 egg boost. A little bit like thinking of should I try out that? Then again, I'm thinking that now it's not really worth it. Because it generally, at least, like, for me, it isn't really worth it because it do be quite expensive. I don't really understand why it does need to be so expensive. It do be indeed be a shame. Like, I understand, like, sparkling power to be requiring, like, herb mysticas, but I'm like, why does the egg one as well? I mean, I guess you're getting more eggs, but, like, no? No? And I don't know why, but I would very much like if somewhere in the future we will be getting like a nice a very nice indeed like a tune for like hatching eggs. That's this thing that it's fine what we have, but like maybe make it like more cheerful, like when you have hatched the egg, like the little tune that you would be getting there. It's like maybe something along those lines, you know. Would be quite nice indeed. It's like honestly quite a good amount of minigames that like would be kind of cool to be having in a Pokemon games. Would it be like, you know, spin-off games that would be just a bunch of minigames, or just attached to the Pokemon game itself? Like, for some reason I'm thinking like a nice like Machamp or whatever, like some kind of Pokemon like that that you could be doing sculptures with. Be doing some painting with like Smeargle. Like surely are they like concepts that like have been done before? Yeah, but I mean it could still be like unique, you know? Could indeed be. They could indeed be like quite nice ones. It do be kind of like that, unfortunately, sometimes if there is a certain trend going on that people like that that trend is then everywhere in games. Like, and they are not always the best quality. And there might not be like too much playability after like few levels, then it's just gonna be repeats of the same thing. That's why I like if the games, even though they might be like repeating things, if they have at least something that you can work for in the background, that is definitely helping to be keeping playing the game. Do interesting like that indeed. First patch. First patch for this patch that doesn't have mail in it. Interesting. I mean, it would be making sense that we will be having, of course, few patches that wouldn't be having females in it. And I'm curious to figure out what is gonna be the ratio for female to male. Because I will be checking that out before I will be... Like, I will be checking out a few things before I do indeed be saying goodbye to the cats. In order to get more space, you know? But yeah, I do be interested to know, though, that what will be the case. Honestly, it seems like we're on the phase for hatching the eggs, which is like around 300-ish today as well, which is quite nice indeed. It do be nice like that indeed. Yes, I mean that's a decent amount. I do wonder though when the next part of the DLC will be dropping out. Will it be... Will it be like that and be nice and all the starters will be huntable there? Because like we know that every single starter is gonna be returning. Just wonder like, would they be huntable? Because of course I would prefer if they would be, but at the same time I kind of have the feeling that they're not going to be. It could be even like a very mean thing as well, where you can only be getting one for each generation. Also, I do be wondering, will the like Paldea ones, will they be like huntable there, you know, as well? If like all of the other ones could be. I mean, as I said, would be very nice. Very nice indeed. That would definitely be a way to get them, you know. I'm surprised that I didn't actually bonk to you. It's usually the bonking is happening too often. He likes to be bonking indeed. But I also wonder if in the Pokemon games there will be ever gonna be added like a thing where you could freely be listening to any of the, like, even if it would be like that game specific music. Because that would be nice. If that would be a possibility indeed. Imagine if I would be able to just listen to, I don't know, Levincia's music everywhere. If I choose to. So that would be nice, especially in the areas where there like is no music at all. Very nice and fitting to be happening over there indeed. Have at least something going on. Those two are going to go through me because they are NPCs and they can for whatever reason do that. But I can't. That's another thing that I would kind of wish to be the case, is that they would indeed be able to be smart enough and they would be going around you. That would be quite nice indeed. But, I mean, it's fine what we have right now, though. It isn't the end of the world at all. No? Like the couple did spawn in there weirdly. Always love to see when weird things to be happening. Let's go! Yeah, I will say that it's gonna be definitely interesting how I'll be handling the last battles. I will be having different teams to the 3 different storylines. And I think I will be just combining some dudes to be going against the final fight. But as I said, I thankfully know that every single one is gonna be having grass type in each. Yeah, it's fine. I'm kind of thinking like I'm probably not gonna be having Necha on the champion team because she already has some mark. Yeah, I don't know though. It's gonna be interesting to figure it out then. It's like it doesn't really matter, honestly, which one I would be going against which one. Yes, they are not gonna be too hard because I know that I will be leveling up for them because I want it to be not too hard of a battle. While my Pokemon are level like 50s or 60s right now, I definitely want to be leveling them up at least a little bit. At least I would like to be like around level 60s, which isn't gonna be too bad to go ahead and get because chances are gonna be absolutely everywhere. Like surely because I know that the level scaling is a thing, or EXP scaling will be a thing. Because I'm higher level than they are, they're gonna be giving me less experience. But it's not gonna be that bad, right? Nice. Focus there, buddy. Love when it happens. Let's go. There we go. One more after this one. I would kind of wish that you could be also a very interesting way to get the egg. I would kind of wish that we would be able to what I wished for. Yeah, I would wish that we could be seeing the position of the sun easier. I mean, you can tell each, but definitely not as easy as the moon because you know lens flare. I mean, the moon can also be sometimes be quite like not visible at all. It's definitely easier to tell by the position of the moon than it's with the position of the sun. Especially because sometimes there's clouds in the way, so you're not completely sure like where exactly the sun is. As I said, makes sense that it's not the easiest to see where the sun is, but would be nice. Or at least have like some sort of like other way to tell the time. Even though it would be just by an hour. Again, you have a phone. Why couldn't there be the time of day there? You have a phone. Or at least like be like the little Pokédex icon there, if it would be like more giving it to you. Is it day or is it becoming a daytime, or is it like has it just become a daytime, for example? Or like something like that. Like sure, like you can see sunset time there, but like nice if there would be more. I don't think that it would need to be that accurate, but I mean, yeah. At least tell like somewhat what time of day it is. Like, is the sun going up or is it going down? As I said, it's sometimes hard to tell which way it's going. Yeah, I think the like Breath of the Wild one / Tears of the Kingdom one, it's like it would be maybe too specific for a Pokemon game. Like for me, it would be enough if in the Pokédex screen there would be like a little arrow. Is it going up or is it going down? That would be enough for me. And my Pokemon is level 53. I definitely would like to level them up before I do the final fights. Yeah. Because there is indeed one for the sunset time, but like sometimes it's hard to, as I said, if you are not like staring at the sun or the moon, it's hard to tell which way it's going. I don't know if there's one for morning, I would assume so, but I just so rarely see anything in the morning. Because why wouldn't there be? There's 4 like times of day that is kind of coded to the game indeed. There's morning, day, sunset, and then there is indeed nighttime as well. Even though I will say though, at least according to some sites, that morning is lasting for like 20 minutes, and so is daytime. Which I would find very strange because nighttime is straight away like 30 minutes or something like that. Like, huh? Why? And then like the sunset time is like very, very small indeed. Also, there's another Pokemon that I find interesting to be having only be able to be found in certain time of day, at least according to some sites, is Yanma. It's apparently only a day thing. I mean, understandable, but I would also kind of see it to be available in the night. Or at least they could have done the thing that they have done for some Pokemon, that during like nighttime, for example, Kilowattrel, it's not gonna be flying. It's most likely gonna be just standing on the ground. They could have done something like that to Yanma. Even though I know that Yanma is like always flying, but still. But yeah, it makes sense. It's just also like strange because Yanma has never before have been like a one that it would be only available during the daytime. Not in Legends Arceus. And not nowhere else. Just like strange. Another one that like makes more sense to me, but at the same time is a little weird, is Cutifly as well. That it's only available during the daytime, but I can more see that than Yanma myself. Yeah, nice. Yeah, I know. Is it a little better percent chance in Crystal? Because I know some Pokemon are like that. Because, for example, Snubbull isn't as pain to try and get in Crystal as it is in any other game. Oh, it's still a 1%, okay. Yeah. Like, there's so many, like, weirdly uncommon Pokemon that should be more common based on, like, they're not too useful. As I said, I don't really understand, like, Snubbull, you could argue that it's gonna be useful, but also, why only 1% in one route in most of the Johto games? Because I'm pretty sure that there's like a one route in Crystal that has been added, and then there is like a decent chance for Snubbull in there. But I mean, Shoto was a mess. Yeah, it's a 1% in hard gold and soul silver and gold and silver in one round, and I'm pretty sure that in crystal there is a better chance to find it. Which I still find very interesting and adds to my dislike of the Pokemon. Because, like, even if you would like to use it, it's not gonna be easy. Speaking from experience, I was trying to find the 1% Snubble. There's a blue cow. Why? Yeah, I don't. There's like some like Chodo, like especially like the new Pokemon that were added, they were kind of a mess. I don't know why. Pokemons that were only available in post game or literally at the final area that you can get access to. Very weird. Which was a very much of a shame, especially for like dark types. Because there were so many dark types anyways, and then they're like, none of them are available. Nice. Johto to be probably like overall will be one of my favorite regions, though it's just like the games aren't built the best, and I don't really understand why. But I guess that makes sense why Morty doesn't have a Mischievous, because why is it in the literally of the end game? Yeah, I like the region overall. It's just weird. And it's interesting that they didn't really fix things for Hard Gold and Soul Silver, because they did do that, like, at that point. Like, you could argue that they did change up, like, Fire Red and Leaf Green quite a bit from original ones. So it's interesting that Shoto did, like, remain quite a bit of the same in Hard Gold and Soul Silver. I mean, I will say Kanto did improve, in my opinion, from the original ones. Yeah, I know. I don't mind that they might not be having aces, but at least have Chodo Pokemon. Yeah, I know, it would be weird. Like, I will say that, like, for, like, there really isn't too many flying type options, for example. For, like, Falconer. Because, like, Hoot, it might be, like, a little too weak, and Noctowl would be way too OP. And I don't really see that Xadu or Nadu would be used, because they're kind of Will's Pokemon. But yeah. Yeah, Heracross would have been nice, but I get it, because they wanted to use, like, Scizor in the, like, rematches sometimes. So, understandable. And honestly, one thing that I kind of found weird is that why didn't Whitney use like Snubbull? Why Clefairy? I'm not saying that Snubbull would be like too good, but I mean, Miltank is enough trouble. Yeah. But I mean, they could have very well gone with, in my opinion, with Snubbull. Jeez. Yeah. Because I don't really like... I don't know, I just don't really see Whitney to be using like Metronome. But... fine. Also, it's funny that most people have said that if Whitney would have been introduced in later generations, it would have been a fairy gym leader. Which honestly makes sense, even though Ace is Miltank, but... I mean, fairy would have very well be fitting for her. And also, why is there two crybabies on Johto with gym leaders? Yeah. But yeah. Johto do be a cool region, but as it is with everything else, it do be having its flaws. I'd like that Sprigatito to my party so I can just move them. Yeah. I honestly just think that, I don't know, for me, like, Glare is, like, even weirder. Like, why Glare is a gym leader? Like, I get it, Lance and everything, but at the same time, like, why? Why do be there? Especially considering how many dragon types there were, but... I mean, they did also make a ghost one twice. Yeah, but for me, I see more of Glare to be a gym leader because Lance... I know that the dragon den and dragons were everywhere there, so like, yeah, it's not like the most unbelievable thing. But I just always see like, for me that Glare is a gym leader because of Lance. Also, I kind of would like to see if they will be making another Chodo remake. The price wouldn't be the gym leader, there would be someone younger. Because especially like with the anime being a thing, it just kind of feels weird why Rice is still a gym leader, in my opinion. Because anime was honestly quite rough on Price. Close to people. What? It's indeed house. Can I make sandwich again? I don't know how many I have left, but I can make it. I have the waterfall. Do be making its noises. Oh yeah, it's always fun to hear that, like, people be very, very much offended by the thing that they have been told that Heart Gold and Soul Silver are in Chenchu. I guess with every remake, but especially with Heart Gold and Soul Silver. Yeah. Isn't Nanchu also like a Pokemon that is like weirdly hard to get? It's not that hard, yeah. I don't know why. Because some people think like the generation that you know, the region was, yeah. At least it's available in Johto, am I right? Yeah. Because some people think that the region, like when the region was introduced, that they think that it's the region is that generation. Like Johto, since it was introduced in Chenchu, are Gold and Silver by that, and Logic are also Chenchu. But I mean, yeah, it do be like that. Yeah, I know that that's not how that works, but that is how some people think that it works. It do be like that. Some people do be thinking that it do be working like that. Like, I will understand one thing. That one thing is like very interesting to me, and kind of I can understand why it can be confusing. It's Let's Go. Because it was the first Pokemon game on Switch, but it's Gen 7, where the main series, the other main series games, the new games in quotes, were indeed on the 3DS. Like that is like understandable because like it's just confusing, but like, eh. Because before that, if I'm correct, that every single time that there has been a new system introduced, there has been always been like the new generation would be like starting there. But the Let's Go games were the only ones where the generation was introduced in the 3DS, but then it was switched to Switch. Which is like, it's understandable, like, that is confusing. Like, DS, we did get the Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, and then after that we did get like Heart Gold and Soul Silver. And of course the previous ones that were Fire Red and Leaf Green, they were indeed for a completely different device. It's just usually, as I said, the first Pokemon game for the console is usually the new generation. Also, speaking of Nacho, or specifically Sachu, I think we should be getting more Pokemons to be starting with, like, certain letters. There's only like few X or Z Pokemon, said whatever. Very few that start with those letters. I understand that they are kind of like interesting letters. It would be nice to get more. Like, I don't really know what we would be able to be getting for certain letters. Like, I don't say that we really need too many Pokemon that start with Z, but definitely more Pokemon that start with X. It would be indeed be. I would be very nice. Would be very pleased to see more. Because I don't really know if there's any other letters that have it to that extreme. I mean, maybe another one could be Q. There's a very few amount of those, indeed. Like, there's like for a bunch of letters, there's of course it's like bunch of Pokemons, but there's like few letters that there's like no Pokemons. And also we need to be getting Pokemons that start with numbers. Imagine when that day will be happening at some point. Yeah. I don't know if there will be like too many possibilities to make like based on Pokemon names based on like actual real life words. I just think that it most likely would be a Pokemon name that could be like this is gonna be X there instead of like another letter. Because, for example, in Finnish language, we don't usually use the letter X on anything. we usually have like K and S like next to each other instead. So for me that would be making sense. Like, would be that, but I mean it's just because Finnish language works like that. Yeah, there's like certain letters that we don't really use in Finnish language. And I'm jokingly saying that we're afraid of those letters. Like surely there is like, but like definitely not too much. Like there's like certain letters that we like to replace with certain combinations instead. I don't know why that is, but it is. Jeez. I wonder if there's gonna be any more Sprigachitos gonna be sleeping near the DP level. They're just running out of space. Yeah, probably one of the most strangest like letters that we don't use too much is letter C. It really depends on the situation. We either replace it with S or K. It's another letter that like I understand as a Finnish person why we don't use it as in Finnish language. And because the way that we say C could be indeed be working either as a K if it's like a hard, and as an S if it's more softer. Yeah. We don't another word like there's like certain letters it's just not really used in like any words, but they're not really replaced with anything. I don't really know if Q is replaced with anything, but we don't really use it. It's like very few situations. Same could be say with W as well. Like very rarely. Like I can't really think of too many situations why in like regular speech I would need it. Another thing is that for whatever reason, we like to use P more than B. Like, we rarely do be using B, we usually do be using P instead. I don't know why. Like, there's like certain letters that is like very rarely used. I guess we just like to use letters that are sounding harder, I guess. As I said with the K thing. I don't know why. Strange language. Don't recommend learning. As a Finnish person, even like I just don't really think that it would be good to learn it. There's like so many like there's so many like differences between like pretty much every single other language and Finnish. That's why it's for a Finnish person hard to learn any other languages. Because we work so differently. That's why not too many Finnish people want to be like speaking English at all. Like it was weird for me, like because like of course like we did start studying English before we started studying Swedish. Even though Swedish is the is our second language technically. Like it actually is like we have have two languages in here. It's weird that we start learning English at grade the third grade, which is when in here you're around 9, or the year that you'll be turning 9, and then you start learning Swedish when you turn I'm pretty sure 12 or 13. Because I don't know, it was like it did like switch at least momentarily to be like 1 year earlier. But I don't know if it did it revert back? It's so confusing for me. And it's a thing that I'm in the boat that I don't think that we should be needing to be learning it. But I understand why we need to. Do I know any Swedish? Not well enough that I would be willing to speak it. Because it's just like, especially because I'm like studying to be a programmer, and like you know everything is in English, pretty much. There is sure like Finnish options as well, but at least me personally, I would rather English, because I'm used to the terms. So like Swedish doesn't really help. But you know, technically, if a customer would be coming to me speaking Swedish, I should be at least be able to say that I don't know how to help you. And I'll bring another one. Which is a shame, because I understand it's necessary, but yeah. It's like very rarely would be used. Of course, it depends on where, like, first of all, in what part of Finland you live in, and of course, like, are you working in a store or are you a programmer, for example? Like, not all the time you need it. And from my experience, they do tend to like to speak English most of the time, which is nice. It's a language that I'm more comfortable speaking, so it's nicer. Oh yes, funnily enough, if you would like to start learning even more languages, you could start 1 year after you start learning English. Uh, you could be starting to study another another language if you so choose to. Yeah, if you would so choose to, you could start studying German. Like, it's interesting. There's many languages that you could learn in here. Which is interesting, as I said. It's not for everyone to visit you in here learn new languages. No? I thought that I would be able to talk to you. No? Can I talk to you? Thank you. I like I like that the basket does take the, of course, the overall, like, it's gonna be the first thing, but at sometimes it's just like you would like to interact with your Pokemon instead. Seems like somewhere, I don't know, small, it's harder to do. Hello there. Look at the sleepy cats. When one of them wakes up, of course. Always when you bring up the camera, they do be waking up. Kind of like our cat. Like, she knows when you're trying to take a picture of her and she's running away. I mean, sometimes she can kind of like pose for the camera as well, but very rarely. Zoomies. And one of them did straight away fell asleep well when it was done. I would like to say that this is gonna be the last batch that I will be taking today. It's gonna be a decent amount of eggs that will be indeed be checked. This could be the 4th batch, at least, maybe the 5th batch of the day. It's a 5th batch, yeah. Yeah. I mean, at least I will be getting 300 done, which is very nice. Or at least I'm assuming that I will be able to get like 50 from this batch. Even though for whatever reason today hasn't been the best day for eggs. Yeah? What is it? Oh no. And you don't have like fast mean look, don't you? Like, uh, you have a fast Pokemon that learns mean look. That should help, but I don't know if you have. Because that's like the only thing that I can think of in Chenchu that would be working. Is it in like the teleport or something like, or not teleport, like ability sort of thing? Yeah. Yeah, well. Well, you never know. At least I would like to assume that it learns more moves than like the dude that it is indeed called Abra. Thank you for the follow. No, my cat is a girl. Yeah, hopefully. How are you doing? Yeah, I know that the gender ratio isn't the greatest, but I mean, I'm not gonna be just looking for like, uh, yeah. I'm specifically like I'm not specifically going to be looking for this badge quest for the dude. Nice. Good luck with it. What method are you doing for Thunder Mouse? Okay, yeah. Probably KOing everything that you see. Yeah, it's not that bad. I guess with outbreaks it can be more tedious to do. Nice. You get it? Oh no. Hopefully it doesn't use it. I didn't think that there would be too many. But I wanted to check out so the last one is not gonna be having too many, hopefully. Yeah. Can we indeed be getting into all... I don't know how many I can indeed be hatching, but I would like to say a decent amount. Oh! Congrats! Did you get the funny bird? Nice. You did get the funny bird. Honestly, it's a line that I would also kind of wish that it would be getting something. Yeah, I can imagine. Oh, okay. Yeah. Tandem mouse, I know it. It is a tedious hunch. But a nice nickname. Are you looking for like a tandem mouse mass outbreak then, or what? What are you trying to look for? Oh, it should, yeah. Oh, that's a very good match. It's the best patch of the day. Yeah. Game did just let the last one to be the best one. Nice. No, I don't need a shiny apple, thanks. I already got one and got my Giblin. Thanks. Yeah, I don't need another one though. Thanks for the offer. Do you have all the other evolutions? Oh, jeez. Shiny ones? Okay, 5 shinies. Okay, not all of them are shinies at least. 5 boxes of shiny applins. Jeez. Or 3 boxes of shiny applins. Yeah, I understand it. Applin isn't the funnest Pokemon to hunt. I completely understand it. There's like few like AFK methods that you could be doing for it. I don't have a single box of shinies on the one that I do be playing regularly. Oh. Yeah. I don't have too many shinies in this game. These games. Badge Quest is probably the best one that I have like shiny wise that I have like been actually hunting for. Haven't personally been too much hunting. It's in the mount though. Doesn't everyone needs to be doing something at some point? Yeah, I don't really expect for me to be having too many shinies though in these games. Just for the reason because doing full odds. I mean, I still have like almost the bugs. Still a decent amount. I mean, the only other thing that I have been doing instead of full odds have been Masuda, but I mean, eggs. But this one I'm doing full odds because I have done the whole badge quest. Why ruin it at the end? We've already done the whole badge quest with full odds once. Why ruin it? And yeah, you don't have a decent amount of shinies in the... Are you going for the rare mouse hole though? Do you dare to go there? Because I know that a bunch of people have been, of course, been going for the rare, the dance bars, because I mean that's at least noticeable. Not too many have been going for the rare mouse hold. I know that some people have tried it, but I don't know if they have actually completed it. Which is honestly understandable. Yeah. I mean, Dance Wars, it was so perfect to begin with. Why does it need to be having a complicated evolution? Let's just add another segment. One thing that I would have kind of hoped for with the Dance Wars would have been that I would have kind of wished that it would have gotten a different name though. It's a fun name, but eh. Small. Yeah, sure. I'm gonna soon check out how many empty boxes do I have, because depending on that, I might need to indeed be emptying out some more space for next time. It's of course gonna be next Tuesday. That is how many times in a week that we're doing the badge quest until it's done. I mean, surely if I would be getting the shiny like today, I will not be doing the trading and everything because I do big white leech. I have things to do today. I mean, getting still decent amount done. Unfortunately, if today would have been a little better day at the, like, apart from the end, I think we would have been able to get quite a good amount of the... quite a good amount of, like, more done. Because I would like to argue that there is with the potential that I would have been able to get, like, 50 more if I wouldn't have just been that unlucky today. Welcome back. Yeah. Oh, one thing that I always hate when I'm trying to like check what moves Pokemons have, and when I like scroll past the like this Pokemon knows these moves, like that section, I'm like always so angry, and then I need to try and find it. And then of course you need to be selecting the generation because it's not the current generation. It's like nice that it's a thing, of course, but it's just sometimes a little frustrating to try and look for them, you know. Still wondering though, how would like Abra will be working in if it would be in Scarlet and Violet. Because would it be like doing the usual that it's teleporting away and not teleporting if it's a shiny, or will it just be doing kind of what ghosts do, that they disappear and appear? Oh yeah, speaking of like moves that, as I said, I did mention this before, like as like the same thing as like certain Pokemon knowing like certain moves on certain generations, and also remembering how like certain moves did change over time. Like there's like certain moves that they aren't as bad anymore. Because I'm pretty sure, at least if I do remember correctly, Whirlwind doesn't work anymore if you are a higher level than the other dude, right? Or is it the other way around? It'd be weird if it would be the other way around. Yeah, because it's like nice, like you don't need to really be worrying about like Whirlwind anymore because you can just have a high level Pokemon. I don't know, was it the same thing with Roar? Because I always see them to be like kind of the same move. She is small. The last one. Same thing that, like, one thing that I like, there's like the abilities that work outside of battles. Like those things, like I'm like using like, hey, I'm gonna be smart and using flash fire in Soul Silver to be getting fire types to be more likely to be there. Oh wait a second. It isn't a thing. I'm wasting my time. uh Lovely. Yes, 30 is a weird move. Or weird move ability. Sturdy is a weird move. Yeah! My favorite move, Sturdy. Yeah. It's like some abilities that are like nice, that the way that they now work. Yeah, I thought so. Because I have always seen like Whirlwind and Roar being basically the same thing. An annoying battle ending move. Also, one thing that like is interesting, like which is like relatively new thing, is that it's interesting that they did decide to change age. Is disguised, you know, Mimikyu's ability. Because at first, like, Mimikyu didn't take any damage after the disguise did go down. But now, it does take a little bit of damage when the disguise when the disguise does go down. Which makes sense. Like surely it hurts. But I mean, it's also a weird thing, especially if you would have used like Mimikyu on Gen 7 and then it isn't as OP anymore, you know? Watch them to be switching it back at some time at some new generation that the disguise will be working as it did originally. I mean, honestly, I kind of get why it is. As I said, why wouldn't it hurt even though you're disguised? Like, surely it would be hurting you. And as I said, it did kind of not make it as OP anymore. But like, it could have been like that, like from the beginning though. If they like straight away decided to change it up. But then they make Blood Moon Ursaluna though. Yeah, you can get away from places. Yeah, it's a nice move indeed. Unfortunately, they did remove it on like Gen 6 onwards. Like, people were just complaining like, why can't you just use teleport outside of battle and get away from places? But then again, flying everywhere is a thing now. As soon as you like get the ability to do so. So like right now it doesn't even matter that much. But surely, like, why though? Yeah. Like, it's nice to get straight away access to like teleporting. Or flying everywhere. Still. Same thing. Fast traveling, whatever my thing. Oh. Because honestly, it could be because I'm so used to being able to fly anywhere I want to. It's such a pain when I need to in older games, you know, select. First of all, the Pokemon used to use fly, then fly wherever I want. And it's the most annoying in Heart Gold and Soul Silver, because of course you can't be flying from Kanto to Johto. You need to first go into the Pokemon League. Then you need to go ahead and go whichever direction you want. Like, it's fine, but it's just like, why though? Also, one thing that I have always found weird, and like, especially like when people have been doing eggs, is that people on like accidentally releasing their shinies. It could be because I keep them and then I release them through home. It could be because I'm doing it like that and not releasing as I go. I kind of see it in there, but like at the same time, like, how? Yeah, a bunch of people have done it. Like when you are like hatching eggs and then they like straight away like release all the Pokemon that they have hatched. Then they accidentally release the shiny one as well. It could be because I'm just keeping them all in because I want to do like fun stats with them. Especially since I'm going for a starter, so it's kind of cool to see like am I technically over odds for like for the female and male ratio. Like am I having way too many females? Which is usually the case. Yeah. I would kind of wish, though, that it's honestly surprising to me that they didn't keep the "Are you sure you want to release this shiny Pokemon from Legends Arceus?" Like, why not keep it? I mean, I'm completely fine with it because I'm like always gonna be triple checking, like, is this actually what I want to release? But yeah. I see that being an issue for some though. And I mean, like, I know that some people do be releasing their shinies on purpose because they just are done with them. I just don't have a heart to do so. Have way too many duplicates in Legend Arceus. They can all stay there. I mean, at some point I could be like, if I would so choose, so I could just give them away because I don't care. Yeah. As yeah, like Legend Arceus is one of those games that for me I don't really care about the shinies in that much. And especially because I have so many duplicates. So I don't feel bad giving them away. If I, as I said, if I at some point decide to do that. I think so, that thankfully I could move most of them either to Sword and Shield or Scarlet and Violet though, which is nice. Because trading in Legends Arceus is a pain. I've never done it, I don't want to ever do it. Because, oh god, why did they decide to do it like that? It's like such an inconvenient way to trade. And like, you don't really need to trade, like... That's another reason why I have never traded in Legends Arceus, because there's literally no reason to trade. You can do everything that you like to on your own. Yeah, you can trade. You can. It's just the most inconvenient thing. Because like you can do it everywhere, as like it has been quite a tradition that you can do trading everywhere in Pokemon games. Like in quite some time. At least on Switch. Yeah, you need to be going in the village, you need to be going to talk to specific NPC. If they haven't changed it, which I kind of doubt that they have. And then there is like, I'm fine that there's no like surprise trading, but then of course you need to be tuning in the code and everything. I use so much. Are you not straight? It's not like it's an uneven surface. Soon this box is done and then we have almost a full box ahead. I mean, honestly, I didn't think that I would be getting this close to 6 hours today, but still get you it, which is pretty decent indeed. But yeah, there do be of course the problems with surprise trading though. I don't know what could it be. It couldn't be the websites. Like, I just don't really... Like, it's unfortunate that they are a thing, because, like, of course, like, I don't care, but it's just like, why? Especially, it's, like, weird to me that you want to surprise trade them and not, like, trade them straight to you, but I guess that could be more sus that way. But I mean, yeah, I just don't really get it. To get the totally legitimate Pokemons through a website. Oh yeah, well, sometimes it's fun to like watch some streams though, where like people to be like whoever is streaming is shiny hunting, and then they're like posting into this chat like very interesting like details of Pokemons, like in a very specific ways. It's just like are like, huh? Why would you just post like details about Pokemon? I don't understand. It just seems a little sus, you know. Oh, I have eggs. Eggs, yeah. It's just shame indeed that the only good one that I did get today is indeed the last one, but at least it ended off with the good ones. So can't be saying that I'm disappointed in that. I'm getting a decent amount of over 300 today as well, which is very much appreciated indeed. Yes, I can hold around like 900 Pokemons in my boxes. So yeah. If the face is indeed that I will be getting like 300-ish every time I need to be emptying them out. So I would at least, like for sure, be having enough space. But I mean, I will say that thankfully he'll miss a thing. It's the last time that I have done eggs in this game. I mean, like, bulk is when it wasn't a thing. And releasing them one by one isn't fun. Yeah, I do be loving. Indeed. Home. It's a nice little way to release a bunch of Pokemons. The only unfortunate part is that you can only release 100 at a time, and then you need to like go back to each. Yeah, who wouldn't be? It makes like if you want to complete the decks easier and you have other Switch games, it's like very much of a easy thing to do. As I said, all the trade evolutions that you need you could get them from Legends Arceus. It's so nice. One thing that I think I know how it works, but it could be that it could be strangely and not be the case, is that since there's a strange ball, if you would be breeding a Pokemon on it, would it be in a strange ball? I mean, one would assume so, because like, you know, it's the Pokeball that it was bred in. Or could it be that it just would be converted to a Pokeball instead? Because I could kind of see that to be the case as well. Yes, like as I said, they technically should be in the Strange Ball. I mean, as I said, they also do the weird thing that it's going to be in a Pokeball because, like, Strange Ball is just a Pokeball that is just there because they just don't have the Pokeball data for that specific Pokeball in the game. But for example, if I would be having a Pokemon in the Heavy Ball, I would be transferring it to this game and then transfer it back to Legends Arceus, it would still be in the Heavy Ball. It's just because there is no such Pokeball like that, so it would just be something else. Oh yeah, another thing that I would kind of wish it would be in a Strange Ball. Yeah. Like any Pokeball that is in Legends Arceus, it's gonna be a Strange Ball. Same thing if you transfer any Pokemon into Legends Arceus, it's gonna be in a Strange Ball because it's not the same Pokeball, it's a different kind of Pokeball. But yeah, if it's a Pokeball that doesn't exist in the future, it's gonna be in the Strange Ball. Yeah, indeed I think that I would kind of wish, because there's indeed different sizes for the Pokemon, that I would wish that the Pokédex would be actually telling the Pokemon that Pokemon's exact size. At least if you have like the heaviest or the smallest one. Just like, just shows the average. Again, a thing from like Pokemon Go that I would wish to be a thing. I mean, it was in Let's Go as well, but it was basically just Pokemon Go, but main series. Oh. Not too many to check. Get lucky, of course. Then I wouldn't need to hatch any more eggs. That would be absolutely lovely. I mean, I will say, since I'm doing this only once a week, I'm not getting like, I don't want to do this kind of a vibe. Yeah. There's a bunch of Pokemons that either should be smaller or bigger, like if they would be like accurate on the things that they are based on. But like, yeah. One like Pokemon that I always hear that it's like strangely tall, which is Delmise. But like then of course people are saying like, yeah, it makes sense. It's like, at the same time, like, it's so big. Imagine seeing that on Scarlet and Violet. Because that would kind of be like accurate to the size. Jeez. I don't know if I have gotten during this one, like, badges that there has been 3 female. I know that I've gotten plenty that there has been 2. Imagine all 5 being female. Be insane. Even though it wouldn't be like in a row thing, but it like at the same time like with that gender ratio, that's pretty cool. Yeah, Delmas is like huge. But as I said, it makes sense. Like anchors, they are big. But yeah, if we would be getting it in Scarlet and Violet, it would be like it would be hard to miss. But I mean, it probably would be underwater, so yeah, it wouldn't be like that big. Sonicurn. They're falling. That shadow is gone now. That building doesn't exist. It did for a moment. Going on. You silly game. Yeah. This game has its... This game has its... Definitely its moments. Some Pokemon in certain lights do be looking completely different what they're supposed to be looking like. One Pokemon that I'm always surprised to me when people get it and how well it stands out is Fampi. Like, it's a pretty well agreed on that Fampi is a bad shiny. Has always been, and probably will always be. But she's... I don't know how, but it like stands out so well. Like, you wouldn't think that it would, but it does. Yeah, that's last match for today. And I do indeed be heading to do things. There we go. But yeah, today I have been able to hatch 318 eggs. Once these are done, yes, I said not too bad. Considering that I'm indeed spending some time to actually getting the eggs as well. I could be definitely doing more if I would just hatching. Yeah, it's odd. Did you big hatch? Oh, I thought I just was. The kid was there. I thought I did just pump into the kid there, but no, the egg is hatching. Let's see then. Last egg. Don't see too much purple. Thank you for the follow. All the hatches for the day. Oh, 2 females there. Yeah, I don't have too many boxes left. I do big white full indeed. I will be moving you there. All the boxes almost completely filled with cats. Yeah. Ask away. Yeah, I have done shiny hunts outside of Scarlet and Violet. Quite a many of them. I've done a bunch of hunts in other games, if that's you're asking for. Yeah. Okay. Oh, well, yeah, unfortunately it's gonna be it for today, though. Have a great rest of the day. Remember to take care of yourselves. Remember to do everything you need to do today, and remember to get enough rest as well. I'll see you guys on Thursday, because tomorrow I probably will be having my day off of the week. But yeah, until then, bye!